is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Southeast.
We welcome you to Turner Field in Atlanta. A very warm spring evening tonight as the Braves and Brewers wrap up a 3-game series. Braves lost a heartbreaker in extra innings, but they'll try to chop down the Brew Crew and send them packing from Turner Field. Hi again, friends. Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, Chip Carey. Welcome back to the ballpark. Another fine pitching performance by the Braves, not supported by the Atlanta offense. But, Joe, if you're looking for positives, the Braves starting pitching the last week has been outstanding.
Excellent. We've been talking about how everybody's waiting for some of these young guys to take a step forward, be comfortable pitching in the big leagues, and be confident that their stuff is good enough to succeed at this level. 41-plus innings, a 2.40 ERA, great walk to strikeout ratio. These guys are really coming around, and they've been fun to watch.
And it's always fun to watch Matt Whistler pitch. Matt has been terrific. He's made tremendous strides, Tommy, and he'll try to help the Braves avoid the sweep tonight.
Yeah, he's been great. Look, ever since day one of spring training, he's come in with a purpose, and that purpose has been evident throughout the season. He's been very confident on the mound, and he's been confident attacking the zone. Fastball, both four-seamer and two-seamer to both sides of the plate. His curveball's been really good. His changeup's still a work in progress. But I think more than anything, he goes out there now on a given night with confidence because he knows he's going to command at least 2 of his pitches, and he feels like that gives him a chance to be successful. You see his last 4 starts, 2-1 with a 1.8 ERA. So it's been fun to watch his growth, be fun to watch him tonight. And, you know, look, like Joe said, this young crew now, the group of them, it's fun to watch them on a nightly basis go out there and get better.
He's got 9 runs of support. That's got to turn around for Atlanta. The Braves have scored 3 runs in the first 2 games. Defensive shifting is a big theme in Major League Baseball. When we come back, Kelsey will talk some shift with you as we continue in Atlanta right after this.
Sports and outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
It is a warm and beautiful day here for baseball in Atlanta for Game 3 of the Brewers versus the Braves as the Braves try to avoid this series sweep. And we've been talking a lot about defensive shifts. There's a very increasing rise in using them in the league this season. The Brewers actually lead the National League in defensive shifts, and the Braves have used more this season than they have all of last season. And take a look at this graphic. The league is on pace to almost double the amount of defensive shifts so far this season than they did all of last season. And we took an inside look with Noah Woodward, the Major League Operations Analyst, into what goes on to the thought process for the Braves into using defensive shifts.
So the information comes in from a company called TrackMan that captures every ball in play on the field. So that's kind of gathered together, presented to the coaches in a format that's easy to see visually, and tracks balls on the field. The company that keeps track of everything is aggregating that into a run saved total there, which is what you're really going for at the end of the day, is to save runs. And you'll see over the course of a season it add up, and maybe not on a daily basis, but you'll see it add up over the course of a season.
Game 3 coming up, your series finale with Matt Whistler on the mound for the Braves as Atlanta looks for their 3rd home win of the season. We have first pitch and starting lineups coming up right after the break.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by Delta Airlines, your local Ford dealer, The Home Depot, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Hot muggy night in Atlanta as the Braves and Brewers wrap up this 3-game series here at Turner Field. Matt Whistler, speaking of hot, has been pitching great all month long. He looks for his 3rd win of the season tonight in this, his 9th start.
9th start, 10th appearance on the year. You see his season numbers, 2-3 with a 2.93 ERA. Certainly has pitched much better than that. And really, ever since he had that save against Miami, he has taken off into the rotation. So should be a fun night.
His 4 keys to pitching success tonight for the 23-year-old right-hander, number 1, 7+. After a long night last night, everybody in the bullpen used up. It would be nice for him to go 7 innings at least, and that would be nothing new to him. He's pitched at least into the 7th inning in each of his last 4 starts. And home cooking, isn't it about time, boys, to start something like a home winning streak with the Braves struggling at home at just 2-19? How about kick-starting it right here?
It's really amazing. 21 games at home, the Braves have been outscored by 48 runs in those 21 games. So that's got to turn around hopefully tonight as they take aim at Willie Peralta and Jonathan Villar, the leadoff man for the Brewers here in Atlanta tonight. Scooter Gennett second, Ryan Braun third, Chris Carter the cleanup man. Neuenhuis is back in the lineup with Aaron Hill. Alex Presley gets a start Martin Maldonado is behind the plate. No Jonathan Lucroy. And as I mentioned, Willie Peralta with a near 7-point ERA is on the hill for the Brewers. Like the Braves, Milwaukee started very slowly out of the gate this year, but they have rebounded in a big way in the month of May. Craig Counsell's club now 12-11 this month. And they start action tonight at 20 wins, 26 losses, and have earned their first road series victory already here in Atlanta. And Whistler's first pitch is called a strike. 85 degrees. At first pitch, hardly any breeze at all. Some puffy clouds overhead in Atlanta. And that's a little low, even count. Whistler beat the Phillies last time out. 1 run over 6 2/3 innings. Struck out 7 Phils up at Citizens Bank Park. But as well as he's pitched, there's very little to show for it, unfortunately, for Matt. For the Braves have scored 9 total runs in his last 4 starts.
I didn't know much, if anything at all, about Jonathan Villar before this series, but I know a lot about him now. Good looking player. Got a .386 on base percentage to go with a pretty good average.
That's hit to the left side. Castro gloves, throws high at first, and Freeman kept the bag, and Villar tripped over Freeman's foot, it appeared, and he's called out at first. He thought he'd beat the rap. Castro gets him. The Brewers might take a look.
Dan Bellino's the first base umpire.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought maybe Villar tripped over Freddie's foot and never touched the bag, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Freddie would have been able to hold the bag on that play from what I saw live. So I was surprised by the out call, and clearly he was not able to hold the bag.
So this one's going to be overturned, and Villar is going to be at first base with what I presume will be an infield hit. We'll have to wait and see, however, as Craig Counsell will challenge the very first play at first base in tonight's first inning. We had a lot of reviews last night, including one that took 4 minutes late in the ball game. And I've said it before, guys. I really appreciate what baseball is trying to do, but many of these reviews are taking way too long.
Yeah, this one I don't know if it's going to take 45 seconds or a minute, or why it took more than 5 seconds. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that first look we got was clear that he didn't hold the bag.
And the frustrating thing too is now every close play is being looked at, or there's a pause in the action, so the manager has to wait for the phone to ring from his video review people to see if they want to challenge the call or not. It's affecting the pace of the game, not the time of game, but certainly the pace of the game. Last night might have been Exhibit A as to the frustration that entails. Downstairs to Scooter Gennett, who's 1 for 7 with an RBI in the series.
But even last night, you know, a couple of those reviews, they were tough. They were, you know, you could see them why they had to take their time. There were a number of angles that, well, I'm not sure. But again, that play, it should have taken one look and said, all right, that's.
As soon as they got a headset, somebody said, he's safe.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So if someone's watching the game in real time in New York or San Francisco, which are where the 2 replay sites are, on a play like that, wouldn't it be easier if there was just a buzzer that's in the umpire's pocket? You got it wrong, put him at first base.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to go through the whole 2-minute exercise of putting the headsets on, waiting for review, and then getting back to action. Just a thought.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the buzzer is not going to come to fruition. It's not going to happen.
No.
But it's a thought.
How about a shock collar?
Wait.
I'm throwing all kinds of different ideas out at you, but that was something that John Schuerholz talked about when replay began, that the concern that it would interrupt the flow of the great game, which was John's quote. 2 balls, no strikes. And you wonder if that even momentary delay affects the man on the mound. Whistler's thrown 3 straight balls to Scooter Gennett with VR at first. And that one caught a corner. Now 3 balls and a strike.
He walked 2 guys in Philadelphia in his last start. One of them was to start the game, and that runner didn't come around to score, but the fielder's choice, the next guy hit into, did score on a double by Franco. So first inning issues have been plaguing Brave starters a lot. Let's hope that's not the case tonight.
Scooter Gennett walks. That's a new career high. He had 12 walks all year last year. That's number 13 this year. 2 are on, nobody out. Different looking Braves defensive lineup. Nick Markakis is slumping, so Jeff Francoeur takes over for him in right, even with a right-hander on the mound for Milwaukee tonight. Freeman, Johnson, Castro, and Beckham around the horn, and Tyler Flowers is in harness. So an RBI chance already for Brewers left fielder Ryan Braun, who's riding a 4-game hitting streak. 3 hits for Braun in the series, and he didn't get that. Strike 1.
Back to your comment a minute ago, Joe, though, VR, I like him too. He's a good player. He's done a lot of things good, or well, in this series, I should say.
He was described to us at the start of the series as a placeholder, that he was in Houston and maybe here in Milwaukee. Orlando Arcia is their shortstop of the future, some say.
Well, he may be holding a place here, but I guarantee you the way he's playing, there's going to be a place for him to play somewhere else.
Very impressive series. As Braun launches one out of play, that's headed for the upper deck.
On our Academy leaderboard, Ryan Braun is in the top 5 in several key offensive categories in the National League. Average slugging percentage, hitting with men on in scoring position, and men or his on base percentage at .429 himself. He's having a really good year. His name keeps coming up also as a guy that maybe it's time for the Brewers to trade him. We'll see.
Whistler looked like he missed his spot, and Braun fouled that away. Again to the right side. A nice catch. Youngster brought his glove and wants the crowd to show him some love. And they did. Question mark for Braun. How healthy is he? He's had some back problems. Still some scar tissue that has to break up after he had a surgical procedure. As this one's bounced toward Castro, tough hop, fires to second, and Kelly Johnson with the stretch, and Gennett is forced out at second base for the first out of the inning. Couple of tough plays right out of the chute for Castro tonight.
Didn't even give him a chance to get his bearings out there after not playing for a couple of days. Very difficult play here, and by getting Gennett, he keeps a double play in order to maybe get Whistler out of this inning.
Here's Chris Carter, who's had a feast or famine series at the plate. 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts in the first game. 2 for 6 yesterday. And he hit a ball that would have gone through the right field fence had it not been padded last night. A line drive double that left a big dent in that right field pad. One ball, no strikes. And a pretty pitch evens up the count. Joe mentioned the first inning run issues that the Braves staff has had from time to time. Their first inning ERA is right around 7.0. And with the state of the Atlanta offense, early runs are critically important to prevent. 1-1 pitch. He is fouled back. It's a ball and 2 strikes.
Be nice for him to tie for the league lead right here.
That's a couple of pitches in this first inning where Flowers looked like he was wanting to receive it off the plate, and it darted back in toward the hitter's feet.
I think sometimes maybe with a breaking ball in particular, it's kind of in between where they don't know if they're going to get there that they can catch it or they got to drop and block it.
Runner at first was going. Ryan Braun. He'll head back. After that one's fouled away. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you can't ignore him. He does have 3 stolen bases. Earlier in his career, Braun was big time base stealer. And I know they're trying to keep him on the field and not take too many risks, but don't let him get a walking lead over there.
4 seasons of 20 or more steals for Braun, including 24 last year in 140 games. Whistler ready again. The 2-2 pitch to Chris Carter in the first. And he struck him out. 62 strikeouts for Carter now. That's 4 behind Trevor Story of the Rockies for the top spot in National League play. And that's the second out.
It's a good pitch. Couple breaking balls away. Went to a fastball that looked like it cut a little bit. I don't think he tried to do that on purpose. Might have just been a little overthrow that worked out, but big strikeout.
Chip, that ERA in the first inning for the Braves, 6.60, is the highest in any inning for Braves pitchers.
Wow. So it's at least below 7.
It's gotten it under 7, but it's still crazy high.
There's a good pitch over the inside corner.
Yeah, like you say, for a team that's struggling to score runs anyway, the last thing you want to do is feel like you're having to dig out of a hole every game.
Yeah, comeback wins have been few and far between for the Braves this year. They're 3-25 when the other team scores the first run.
Good hook. Well, not only that, Tom, I mean, it's the same point, but if they get 2 or they get 3 already, you haven't even come to bat yet, and you know that, okay, we got to score 4 tonight, and we're having trouble getting 1.
0-2 for Neuenhuis. Nice block by Flowers. 1-2 your count. Braves have scored a grand total of 5 runs in their last 4 games. One ball, 2 strikes. Braun's running, and a swing and a miss. What a job by Whistler. 2 on, nobody out. He gets out of it with a couple of strikeouts. Willie Peralta is ready to go for Milwaukee as the Brewers strand a pair in the top of the first. Ender Inciarte's ready to go for the Braves as they try to salvage 1 out of 3 in this series. Different looking lineup for Atlanta. Hopefully tonight's night Freddie Freeman can get hot. Jeff Francoeur is giving Nick Markakis the evening off. And Willie Peralta's maybe the right guy at the right time for this Atlanta offense.
We hope, although he has pretty decent numbers against the Braves, but so far this year it has been a struggle for him. 9 starts, 2-5 with a, let's call it a 7 ERA. So opponent advantage average 3.6. Seems to be the guy that would be a good matchup.
Some questions about his health, that he's just, his arm strength hasn't been there. He's a guy that at times has thrown 96, 97. His fastball velocity is a little down. His slider's not quite as sharp.
But he's been tough when he's faced the Braves. Lifetime 1-1 with a 1.23 earned run average covering 4 starts. And that's off the plate for Inciarte. 2 balls and a strike.
He's not Bartolo Colon big, but he's big. 6'1", 260.
And that's rolled foul past Bo Porter. Look out. That one whistled into the Brewers dugout foul. Jonathan Lucroy might, well, he's always ready to hit. Might want to put the mask on, though. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Up the middle, VR. That thing had some funny spin on it. But Jonathan made the play, and Inciarte's retired to start the Braves' first inning. 1 away for Gordon Beckham.
Peralta's last start came against the Mets, and he pitched into the 6th inning. Only gave up 3 runs, but got beat 3-2. 2 walks, 6 strikeouts.
Last night had to be a special night for Gordon Beckham. His first home run as a Brave. And he hit it a country mile right over one of those zeros in straightaway center field. It was a 2-run homer that gave the Braves a 2-1 lead over Junior Guerra. But the Brewers in 13 won 3-2. Three and 0. Gordon Beckham is our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot.
And he's done just that since he came back from that stint on the DL with a bad hamstring. 326 average.
That's hit toward right. Alex Presley is on the run, and foul ground makes a good running catch. He had to cover a lot of territory. And that takes care of Beckham. Out number 2.
Nice running catch. Talked about him last night and Tuesday night about being a good 4th outfielder. Saw him in Pittsburgh. He's got some good pop in his bat.
Well, let's see if Freddie can rediscover the pop in his bat. It's been a frustrating series for the Braves first baseman. And Freddie 9 hits in his last 50 at bats. And as you'd expect, Milwaukee has the shift on. Thanks to Noah Woodward for explaining the Braves shifting philosophies with us on Braves Live. And as we showed you on that great graphic, we're on pace for over 31,000 defensive shifts. 600% increase in about 5 years. 3-0 the count. And Freddie hits it toward left, and it pays off. Base hit for the Atlanta first baseman, a 2-out single.
Needed that. Snaps an 0 for 12.
Shift or no shift, isn't that Freddie Freeman at his best? He's using all fields,
especially the left center.
So he's aboard in front of Tyler Flowers. The Braves catcher takes a strike. Tyler's 1 for 5 against the Brewers. Way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Good thing Tyler's in shape. I know some catchers that would have hit. For sure.
Got a little looser fitting jersey, it might have got him.
Maldonado stopped that. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
There's a catcher that was always in shape. Bruce Benedict.
I love
Scott for the White Sox.
Love talking to him.
Me too.
He's got so many stories.
The 2-2 pitch. Driven toward the right center field gap. That's well struck. That ball is gone.
Goodness.
A frozen rope on a hot night, and the Braves strike first with 2 outs in the first inning.
That fooled me. I thought it was hit hard, but I didn't think it was hit that hard. I thought it was going to be a double.
That's like Carter's last night. That thing just held its line forever. Center cut fastball. Squared up fastball.
Yeah, I was watching Presley, and I was like, oh, he's kind of nonchalant a little bit. He's going to play the carom, and oh, it's in the seats.
Yeah.
Second home run for Tyler Flowers. And the Braves enjoy a first inning lead for a change, 2-0.
About that.
For Kelly Johnson, who's down 0-2. Peralta's now allowed 9 home runs in 47 innings of work. Freeman with a 2-out hit. Flowers with a 2-out hit. Now Kelly Johnson with a line drive to center, and Neuenhuis will put that away. 2 runs, 2 hits with 2 outs. Tyler Flowers launches one into the seats in right center, and Matt Whistler has an early 2-run cushion to play with.
Braves a 2-0 lead going into the second inning. And we do have some roster moves and some news for you today. After an incredible relief outing last night, Casey Kelly has been optioned back down to Gwinnett, and taking his spot will be Chris Withrow to kind of give that bullpen a refreshed look over there. And then also outfielder Hector Oliveira was suspended without pay through August 1st for 82 games for violating the domestic abuse policy.
So a very busy day on the transaction wire for the Braves, and it was an emotional decision and conversation for manager Brian Snitker, having to send Casey Kelly out to Gwinnett. You can understand, I guess, from a practical standpoint, all the pitches, all the work he did in relief, he would not be available for a couple of days. But as Brian Snitker said after the game, you talk about a great selfless effort by Casey Kelly. Brian said it was one of the most difficult conversations he had to have in sending Casey back to AAA, simply because Atlanta needed a fresh arm and he was the odd man out.
He'll be back, and he'll be back rather soon, I would guess, as soon as his 10 days are up that he's got to serve down there when you get sent down. But it was an outstanding effort by him.
Braves used every single one of their relief pitchers in the game last night. At one stretch, as Tom pointed out, they used 6 pitchers to get 6 outs to keep the game. It was 2-1 Atlanta, but then after that it was 2-2 to keep it tied. And when it went extras, Kelly was the man forced into action. Ground ball by Aaron Hill out to second. That's easy for Kelly. He's got it, 1 man down for the Brewers. Here's Alex Presley.
And I think, last night, like I said with Kelly, that's the epitome of taking one for the team last night, and he pitched great, and that will earn him a lot of credit with everybody in the organization, and like you say, he should be back. But that's 6 pitchers for 6 outs. Some of that was mixing and matching, and some of that is guys not doing what you want them to do when you put them in there, and when that happens too, man, it really puts you in a tough spot.
Ground ball to first off the bat of Presley. Whistler to the bag, quickly 2 out. And that's something Brian also talked about. You can't forecast what a pitcher's going to do. You make a move hoping that pitcher A can get 3 outs. Well, he gets first 2, walks a couple of guys, or gives up a hit in the middle, and all of a sudden you're in a dangerous part of the lineup and you're trying to win the game. You got to go get him and give somebody else a chance.
Well, keep in mind too, Kelly had pitched on Sunday, so he'd had a couple of days rest, but no, he didn't come to the ballpark yesterday expecting to throw 4 innings, that's for sure. So not only did he pitch well, but mentally, I mean, he got himself in the game right away.
Here's Martin Maldonado, the Brewers catcher tonight, and he takes a strike. So with Casey back at Gwinnett, that means the Braves have an opening in their rotation for Saturday's game against the Marlins. Williams Perez will pitch here tomorrow night. Don't know who will pitch tomorrow. Julio Teheran will pitch on Sunday.
I told you last night who was going to pitch.
That's right, you did. You cleared it right up for us, didn't you?
I did. Going to be somebody.
Sammy somebody.
Yep. Well, if it's Johnny Fullstaff again and we've got a 5-hour game, we're going to hunt you down and find you.
You may not find me. It's Memorial Day weekend,
1 ball, 2 strikes for Martin Maldonado. A shift perfectly played by Kelly Johnson, and Maldonado is retired. Noah Woodward keeps on positioning the Braves in perfect position, and Whistler took advantage with a 10-pitch inning. We don't know who's pitching on Saturday, but we do know who is singing after the game on Sunday. Chris Stapleton will be in town, a great country music performer. He's coming to Turner Field after the game against the Marlins, part of the Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines Summer Concert Series. Go to Braves.com/concerts and get your tickets today. Take note of the game times for this weekend. Friday night fireworks, 7:35 start. Saturday afternoon, a 4:10 start. Sunday, a 5:05 start. And big crowds are expected for the long weekend. Here's Jeff Francoeur. A rare start for Jeff with a right-hander on the mound, and as we've said, Nick Markakis's struggles have earned him a day off. 0-2. That's over the inside corner, and Francoeur took it. Peralta has his first strikeout, and one man down in the Atlanta second.
Box track shows it was a little off the plate, but too close to take for Tony Randazzo, the home plate umpire tonight.
Daniel Castro fouls one back. It's a strike to the Braves shortstop. VR to his left up the middle. Nice play. Low throw, and Carter made the grab at first.
It's about 3 or 4 of those in this series by Carter.
Yeah, he made a nice play on a ground ball going to his right the other night. It was pretty sweet.
This was a tough short hop.
Somebody in the Braves dugout's talking to him after that good play. 2 outs. And Matt Whistler batting 8th is the Braves hitter. 2-0 Braves. A Tyler Flower first inning homer. And VR another chance. Gets the third hop. Pitcher running. And an easier play. Retires the side. 3 up 3 down for Peralta. He'll lead off the Brewers third next. Long home run for Tyler Flowers. A nice early gift tonight as the Braves lead by 2. Let's take a look at our T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. A look around the National League East as we begin play this evening.
Some guys really doing a lot of good work offensively. Daniel Murphy, Odubel Herrera, both doing excellent work. High ranks in Major League Baseball. Jose Fernandez won again today for the Marlins. They scored a ton of runs against Tampa. He's won his last 5 starts, but the Braves will miss him here in this upcoming series.
Hot night. Make sure that cheese head doesn't melt. As Matt Whistler back to work. 2 scoreless innings for the young Braves right-hander. The Marlins and Giants follow the Brewers here to Atlanta. And here's Willie Peralta. He is 0 for 14 at the plate.
A bit of a Bartolo Colon swing there.
Yeah, I think he was trying to ambush a fastball there and didn't get a fastball.
6'1", 258. The tail of the tape for Willie Peralta. He and his wife Denny welcomed a little girl on May the 5th, their 2nd child. And he's down on strikes for the first out. And you mentioned Peralta looking like Bartolo Colon. Well, he actually plays with Bartolo Colon in the offseason. He's on a slow pitch softball team with Joel Peralta, Nelson Cruz, and Bartolo Colon.
I'll bet that's some fun.
So Whistler has his 3rd strikeout. Good start to the 3rd inning. And here's VR, who reached on an infield hit. Strike 1. VR just turned 25. That was on May the 2nd. He was acquired from Houston for a right-handed pitcher with what may be an unfortunate first name, Cy Sneed.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes. .93-mile-an-hour fastball missed.
It's kind of what happened to me. A lot of pressure on me.
Ground ball to second. Kelly dropped it, but didn't panic. Got his man. 2 out.
Like poor Cy Sneed. Everybody, I mean, just DiMaggio. The immediate comparisons, people kept thinking.
Oh, is that Joe?
Yeah.
Oh.
Same thing.
Yep, I can see it. By the way, Jackie Bradley Jr. continues his quest toward moving ever closer to Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. It's at 29 games entering tonight's play. The Red Sox are home to the Rockies, 2-0 Boston in the 3rd. Jackie Bradley is 0 for 2 tonight. And Scooter Gennett drives one toward left center field. Look at that ball jump. It's over Inciarte's head, and Scooter Gennett will stand at second with a 2-out, 2-base hit.
Second hit of the series for Gennett. He put a good charge in this the other way. Got a fastball belt high. Look at Matt's reaction. Looks over toward the Braves dugout like, I didn't just do that.
Yeah. 2 outs, and I didn't just make that pitch, did I?
How many games did DiMaggio hit in consecutively after his streak was stopped?
Oh, I knew that.
Didn't he get up to like, it would have been like 73 or 4?
It was a bunch.
It was
yeah.
18, something like that. We'll have Argyle Jenkins check for us. As Ryan Braun digs in, representing the tying run. And that's outside. There's so many great numbers in baseball. There's so many incredible records that fans and broadcasters and players themselves think will never be matched. For me, 56 games in a row with a hit has got to be at the top of the list, especially, fellas, in today's era of pitching specialization. miss. It's not uncommon to have a hitter go through a game and see 4 pitchers and 4 at-bats nowadays.
I would say that streak, Cal's streak, are probably the two that, like you say, hate to ever say never, but very unlikely those two are ever going to get broken. Could you imagine the pressure in today's game if you were closing in on 56?
1 ball, 1 strike. And skied towards center. Ender Inciarte is there. He's got it. And that retires the side. No harm done after that 2-out double to Scooter Gennett. Malik Smith leads off for the Braves, who enjoy an early lead.
Two-run homer in the first inning as the Braves on top. Time for tonight's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Braves offense has been scuffling. They've got the early lead tonight, but runs have been few and far between over the last 6 games. Just a 199 average and that 087 bingo number with runners in scoring position. They are 4 for 46 over the last 6 games.
Doesn't seem possible, does it?
Nope. Especially when things were going so well offensively on the road trip.
1 ball, 2 strikes for Braves outfielder Malik Smith, who's got a 4-game hitting streak for the Braves. Malik's learning on the fly. Has had trouble making consistent contact. That's his 33rd strikeout in 111 at bats. And he's retired to start the Braves' third. 1 out for Peralta.
They have really attacked him once they've gotten into the count with off-speed pitches, but really attacked him on the inside part of the plate as well.
So 1 out, back to the top, and Ender Inciarte, who has hits in 9 of his last 10 games. And this one is poked toward left. It'll hang up for Braun. And very quickly, 2 men are out. Milwaukee returns home for a Central Division homestand with the Reds and the Cardinals. They go out of town to visit the Phillies for a 4-game series. Then Oakland and the Mets go to Miller Park. That gets them into middle June. The National League Central's playing the American League West in interleague play. They then have a road trip to San Francisco, the Dodgers, and Oakland.
They're only 6 games under 500. So they're playing decent baseball. 8-14 on the road, and that includes the 2 wins here. And playing 500 at home, 12-12.
Well, their bullpen gives them a chance. They have an excellent bullpen, as we've seen in this series. A bullpen that suffered a blow after the game last night. Some elbow discomfort for Chris Capuano. He was placed on the disabled list earlier today. As this one's bounced up the middle, VR, nice diving stop, but the ball drops at his hip and he can't make a play. And Beckham's going to have an infield hit, his 3rd safety of the series, and the inning continues for Freddie Freeman.
The thing about this good run that Gordon's been on since he came back from the disabled list is that he's hitting the ball crisply. It has that sound even on ground balls. He's barreling it up, and he's got a chance to get it through the infield. And of course, last night he barreled one over the center field wall. Seeing the ball well and really letting his hands work.
Another shift for Milwaukee. Freeman spoiled it his first time up with a 2-out single to left. That brought Tyler Flowers to the plate, and he homered. Maldonado snap throw to first. Back safely is Beckham. And no swing on that pitch to Freddie Freeman. Peralta might have thought otherwise. 1-1 your count.
That probably won't be the last time Maldonado tries to pick off a runner. He's one of the Throwmore brothers behind the plate. Got a good arm. Good pitch.
That's out of play to the upper deck.
There's his 97.
Yeah.
Little backdoor short slider, maybe even a cutter for a called strike, and then 97.
Freeman didn't get that. He chased it, flipped the bat and the helmet away in frustration. Freddie was very pointed about the status of his season so far this year. We'll discuss that when we come back for the 4th next. As he struck out to end the Atlanta 3rd, the numbers so far for the Braves first baseman: really back up what he said of himself in the AJC today with Dave O'Brien. He said, quote, I've had a pretty horrible season so far, and there's no sugarcoating it. I'm not getting hits, and the ones I get are not with guys in scoring position. If it doesn't happen soon, I'm getting frustrated. Usually my track record's pretty good with guys on base.
Yeah, it is. It always has been. He prides himself on being able to pick that runner up.
So Chris Carter leads off for Milwaukee and takes a ball in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes.
And really, Freddie had a great run there after a slow start. That 2 for 25 start. He got hot as a pistol. Got his average up over 300. Started hitting homers.
There's a rocket hit by Carter into left field. He strikes out a lot, but man, when he hits it on the barrel, it is a missile.
Sinker a little up over the plate. Probably fortunate that was a single.
Yes.
So Neuenhuis is up, representing the Brewers tying run. He struck out to end the opening inning. And that's upstairs, ball 1. Royals were rained out tonight. They were ready to host the White Sox. Tornado warnings around Kauffman Stadium today. But they've got bigger problems than that. They got some horrible news today. Did the Royals. As this one's lifted toward left, Malik Smith will drift back right in front of the 380 sign. Makes the catch. There's out number 1. Alex Gordon is hurt, but they found out Mike Moustakas tore a knee ligament and is done for the year.
Oh, that's terrible.
For the defending world champions.
Moustakas was out when the Braves played him. They'd just gotten him back.
Right.
And then he and Gordon ran together.
So the challenge for Ned Yost got even more difficult. With the loss of one of their stars. Here's Aaron Hill. He grounded out to second his first time up. 0-1.
Good stop.
In the air to center. Inciarte. Good jump. Still going back. Can't get it. It's over his head and up against the wall. Carter on his way to third is going to stop there. It's a double for Aaron Hill, and the Brewers are at second and third with 1 out.
My goodness, did that ball jump. Fastball at the knees. He's splitting the plate with too many straight pitches.
Yeah, not getting it out to that outside quadrant or outside half, third of the plate.
So Alex Presley is up. He rolled out to Freeman with the pitcher covering his first time. There's a strike. Good hook. 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
Kind of like the first inning. If he can get a strikeout here, he's looking pretty good. Just don't get too greedy. Get to a bad count. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Yes, he did. Presley out on a check swing. Good to see Tom Hallion back out there with the rest of the umpiring crew after a, shall we say, rough night behind the plate.
A rough night for sure.
And not because of the ball strike work, but the fact that he was struck
many times. So they'll walk Maldonado and work to Peralta. I was kidding Jim Lovell today before the game around the batting cage about how we talked about all he could offer. Tom Hallion was aid and comfort and a pat on the back, and I said just about the time we said pat on the back, you patted him on the back. And Lovey started laughing. He goes, "Yep, that was about it. about all I could do."
Yeah.
War Eagle, Jim Lovell, big Auburn fan.
Braves so fortunate to have Jim Lovell and Jeff Porter as their certified athletic trainers. They do great work leading the Braves clubhouse medical staff. So the Brewers have them loaded. 2 outs after the intentional walk, and the pitch to Peralta almost hit him. 1 ball, no strikes. That's lined out of play, foul. Hey, another nice catch. Good fielding crowd at Turner Field tonight. 1-1 count. Swing and a fly ball center. Can Ender get there? No, he can't. He tried to barehand the ball. That's going to cost him a base as Peralta spoils the strategy. A soft single to center with the bases loaded after an intentional walk, and the Brewers have tied it up.
That was crazy. From where we sit, it was a breaking ball in, which about all he could connect with the way he's bailing out. But this ball had big time slice on it. I thought it was going to be an out.
Yeah, I did too initially off the bat. But you're right, had a ton of slice on it, and best laid plans go wrong.
The second run would have scored. That was not going to matter. Ender bobbled that. Might have allowed Maldonado to go to third, but it didn't affect the run scoring.
So Milwaukee has tied it up. Peralta's first base hit of the year is a 2-run scoring hit. And now Jonathan Villar with men at the corners bats with 2 outs.
Tom, I know you guys had a rough season when you first got to the big leagues, your first full year. Your record was a tough record that year. I played on a couple of teams in Seattle that had similar records, and it seemed like what we just saw happened over and over and over again to us in Seattle, where we played the thing the right way. We put the guy on, we pitched to the pitcher, whatever the case might be. In the American League, we had a DH, but every move seemed to backfire on us all year long.
That's well hit toward left. Malix retreats and makes the running catch, and that retires the side. Braves made the right strategic move, but Peralta hit one off the end of the bat, and he tied his game at 2. Driven toward the right center field gap. That's well struck. That ball is gone. A frozen rope on a hot night, and the Braves strike first with 2 outs in the first inning. That leads us to tonight's Greatness Made Here feature, brought to you by Synovus, the bank of here.
Tyler Flowers on fire and wearing out right-handed pitching at .324. Home numbers excellent. Everything's good. .471 with runners in scoring position. He's one of the guys that's getting it done there.
Yeah.
And a 2-run rocket tonight.
And doing a nice job on the other side with these young pitchers, calling a good game for these guys, keeping them engaged.
And fellas, how many times have you seen it? A man is the Synovus Bank of Here feature. He leads off the next inning.
It's uncanny.
Almost every time it seems.
Yeah. Flowers, Kelly Johnson, and Jeff Francoeur, and what's now a 2-2 game. And that's downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Interesting note in the head-to-head series between the Braves and Brewers. Did you know Milwaukee's never swept a series in Atlanta?
I did not know that.
I hope tonight's not the first.
Brewers have played much better in May. They're 12-11, as I mentioned, this month, after an 8-15 start. And low and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I brought up that point a minute ago, Tom. I didn't know if you felt like, or if you could remember back that year that was so tough about those same kind of things that kept biting us. Did the same thing happen to you guys?
Yeah, it seems to. You know, I mean, it's the kind of thing that, you know, you make enough mistakes along the way, but then when you kind of do things by the quote-unquote book, that didn't seem to go your way either. And I guess that has to happen to a certain extent when you're losing 100 games, because a lot of things are going wrong, right?
Flowers coaxes a leadoff walk after Peralta tied the game himself. That's good to see. Flowers aboard for a second time, and that'll bring up Kelly Johnson.
The one thing you fight is not feeling like you're snake bit, and that no matter what you do, it's going to backfire on you. You just can't let that sneak in.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to have that feeling like, yeah, no matter what we do, it goes wrong, or that feeling of you're kind of back on your heels, constantly waiting for something to go wrong. You know, how are we going to lose this one tonight?
Sharply hit, line drive to Jeanette. Flowers will be doubled off.
And then stuff like that happens too.
Yeah, Kelly's been hitting some tough luck. There's another example of it, and some of his frustration.
So just like that, 2 are out, and here's Francoeur. Peralta got him on 3 pitches, leading off the Braves' second. That's whistled into the seats foul. Where Jim Powell's neighbor from Milton, Georgia, made the catch.
Didn't even drop a nacho.
That's how you know he's Jim's neighbor. That's who taught him that. Jim's got the night off tonight. He's spending some time with his family. His lovely daughter Sabrina's about to graduate high school. So Jim and the Powell family having a family get together, big high school graduation party, and congratulations to them.
Ben Ingram sitting in with Don tonight.
Jeff works a full count. Bases empty, 2 away. We're in the Braves' 4th inning. And line drive into left center field. Francoeur on his way to first. He's around first, headed for second. The throw is off target, and Francoeur has a 2-out double.
Good at bat. Fell behind. Got the count back in his favor. That looked like a cutter.
Little front door or something. Front door breaking ball or cutter.
Just out of the reach of VR.
And to Frenchie's credit, he was thinking double out of the batter's box.
So let's see if Castro can bring him home. You do have the pitcher next. There are 2 outs in the inning. Castro grounded out to short his first time up. And that's over the inside corner. Braves will host the Marlins beginning tomorrow. Giancarlo Stanton didn't play yesterday. He has a sore side. Christian Yelich has missed the last 5 games with back spasms.
Yeah, they just scored 9 runs today.
Little dribbler right side. Jeanette. Pitcher to the bag, and Peralta got there ahead of Castro. After Carter broke for that ball, it was up to Peralta to get to first, and that will end the inning. Braves are going to take a look at this one. Buddy Carlisle and Rob Smith racking it up in the replay booth. Let's see if the throw from Jeanette beat Castro. It appeared to have done so. Brewers are walking off the field. No challenge by the Braves. Francoeur's 2-out double leaves him stranded as we go to the 5th inning. Scores we head to the top of the 5th inning. Willie Peralta with a 2-run scoring single in the Brewers' 4th inning. Tyler Flowers with a 2-run first inning homer for the Braves. And Whistler has Jeanette, Braun, and Carter coming up. It's taken a little low. 1 ball, no strikes. 2-0. Kelly Johnson to his left, and from the outfield grass takes care of his second base counterpart, Scooter Gennett. And there's out number 1 in the 5th inning. Well, a special night for a couple of big Braves fans tonight. Our producer Gretchen Caney's sister Rachel just got engaged tonight. Her fiance Dustin Weaver popped the question during our open, we understand, and that's what got him over the hump. He said,
well, good.
Nerves were taken care of. Went to bended knee.
I thought that was a good open tonight.
Right?
Who knew it was that good? But congratulations to them.
Yeah, congratulations, Rachel. That's wonderful. And what a fitting day. I mean, it's one of the best days of the year.
Friday or Thursday?
National Chardonnay Day.
Oh boy.
Well.
His timing was perfect.
So Dustin and Rachel, congratulations. Many years of happiness. As Ryan Braun digs in with a 1-1 count, and he unloads deep to left. Second homer of the series for Braun, a no-doubter, and that puts the Brewers in front. Home run number 9 for Ryan Braun.
What a quick, powerful swing that was.
Change up, middle, looked like.
Way up there, too.
So 3 unanswered runs for the Brewers. Brings Chris Carter to the plate. Carter has singled, struck out, and he has scored.
I don't mind the changeup, just not so sure about the inside changeup on the first pitch.
Carter got the last inning started with a base hit, guys, and watch how quick this swing is in slow motion from there to the point of contact. Everything was short and quick, and I know he gets fooled a lot on breaking stuff because sometimes he starts early, but boy, oh boy, that flex of his forearm is amazing.
Matt just struck him out looking for his 5th strikeout of the game. 2 outs. And the second time Carter has punched out tonight, and the 7th time in the series. So a home run for Ryan Braun puts the Brewers in front as they try to sweep the Braves in Atlanta tonight. That's lifted out of play by Neuenhuis, and the count to Kirk is a ball and a strike.
Braves move their infielders around now. Shift for Neuenhuis. Neuenhuis was going to be the next big thing in center field for the Mets. Top prospect. Good looking player, man. He could do a lot of things. And then Juan Lagares came along. Neuenhuis kept striking out, as he does here, and some of the luster was lost on his promise
But he's found an everyday job with the Brewers, and Ryan Braun's found the left field seats. Solo homer gives him a 3-2 lead.
Stuff, low price every day.
Brewers 3, Atlanta 2. Time for the home half of inning number 5 already. Matt Whistler, Malik Smith, and Ender Inciarte are coming up against Willie Peralta. Again, Peralta 2-5, a 7-point ERA. Shaky start. Gave up the 2-run homer to Flowers. Since he's been very tough and pitching more like he has historically against the Braves. A 1-1, 1.23 career ERA against Atlanta.
Some of his success tonight comes from him being willing to pitch inside. He's getting first pitch strikes and he's pounding the inside part of the zone.
Yeah, he threw strike 1 to 10 of the first 12 batters he faced tonight. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He's gotten a double play ball on a line drive, and he just took care of Matt Whistler to get things started in the home 5th. 1 up, 1 down for Malik Smith. So, Tom, you mentioned Malik Smith. You get ahead of him, they're feeding him a steady diet of breaking stuff. Joe, he knows that. The Brewers know he knows that. How does he get him off the inner half of the plate?
Drag bunt would be one threat. If they know he's going to drag bunt and they can't get him out, that's one way. I think what Tom was talking about is absolutely right. But I think he's trying to protect against that inside part now so much that he's pulling off the ball at times.
Carter plays it off his chest and got to the bag ahead of Malik Smith.
And it's a habit that young players can get into real easily at this level. When big league pitchers find a hole and they start pounding you inside, and all of a sudden then you start trying to open up a little bit to fight it off, then the outer half is theirs. Constant adjustments.
2 quick outs for Peralta after Braun gave him the lead. We go back to the top and Ender Inciarte, who's grounded out, and he's flied to left. 1.
I think it was Tuesday night when he had a 0-2, or he was behind in the count, base hit to left, talking about Malik Smith. And it was a great sign that he had basically given up the inside part behind in the count to make sure he had the outside covered, and he did. Put a good swing on the ball.
One ball, 2 strikes for Ender Inciarte.
Starting to see a little bit more at 96, 97.
I think he's feeling pretty good tonight.
He's having a little league kind of game. Pitch a lot of strikeouts, get a big run scoring hit. And Peralta's trying to pick up win number 3.
Even his wins, guys, he's been hit hard. His first win against the Phillies, 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, and he won the game 8-5. And the very next start against Miami, 5 2/3 innings, 13 hits and a walk, gave up 5 runs, and won 14-5.
So you compare those numbers in his wins to the numbers for Matt Whistler in his losses, and you'd say baseball is not a fair game, is it?
No, but you know, you don't know either. I don't, you know, if he had a lead early in that game, sometimes you pitch to your lead and give up more hits, more runs, what have you. Sometimes it's easier to pitch in tight games, you know, because every pitch matters. You're focused, you're bearing down. When you get a big lead, sometimes it's, well, don't walk anybody, and then you end up throwing the ball down the middle. Next thing you know, you've given up 4 or 5 runs.
It's interesting. It's not the first time I've heard a former starting pitcher say that, but we say that a lot about relief pitchers, closers. When it's a non-save situation, it's not the same adrenaline.
Yeah, the mentality's different.
Good at bat by Inciarte, spoiling a couple of pitches, and a 10-pitch at bat earns him a 2-out single, and he's got a hit now in 10 of his last 11 games.
See, that swing compared to a young Malik Smith who's trying to pull the ball. If you're trying to pull the ball by stepping out, stepping in the bucket, flying open too soon, it's a losing cause. You pull the ball when you're just staying on the ball, letting your hands do the work, and stay inside the baseball. Be short and quick to the baseball. That pitch wasn't inside, but by waiting on it, 3-2, put good wood on it.
Outside to Gordon Beckham, 1 ball, no strikes. Mentioned the Jackie Bradley hit streak at 29 games. You know who has the longest hit streak in the history of the Boston Red Sox?
Dom DiMaggio, right?
Joe DiMaggio's brother Dom, who had a 34-game hitting streak in 1949. Bradley still 0 for 2 in the Red Sox game. We'll keep you updated on that as Colorado leads by a 6-2 score. Gray versus Buchholz. The Red Sox have scored 8 or more runs in 10 of their last 14 home games.
Gosh. I think Pedroia's trying to play through a hamstring issue too.
Two balls and a strike. Ball 4 brings up Freddie Freeman with 2 outs. A single and a walk.
Noticed it was clouding up at the old ballpark. Now all of a sudden it's doing more than that.
Well, Freddie, how about a base hit? get the lead, and then Mother Nature can do what she wants.
Those are big drops.
Freddie has a single, a run scored, and a strikeout. Another opportunity for Freeman with a runner in scoring position. He's 5 for 37 with 12 strikeouts with men at second and third this year.
Well, they can't shift on him like they would like with runners out there, but now VR is moving right up the middle.
One ball, one strike. Tyler Flowers on deck. Braves trying to even the score here. It's 3-2 Milwaukee. Ground ball towards second. Jeanette with a backhand stab from the outfield grass makes the play, and Peralta gets Freeman to ground out with 2 on and 2 out.
Going into the 6th inning, and it is time for your Xfinity game break. So we will take you to the Sunshine State, where the Rays are playing the Marlins in a 4-game series, and the Marlins had 15 hits tonight, including home runs by Adeiny Echeverria and Chris Johnson. Miami took the game 9-1 and the series 3-1, and will join us here in Atlanta tomorrow with Adam Conley on the mound.
Adam Conley's a hard thrower on that pitching staff too. I'm anxious to see him pitch.
Steady rain as Whistler goes to work in the 6th. Aaron Hill leads off for Milwaukee. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Brewers. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Braves. A Ryan Braun homer, the difference in the game so far.
I wonder if they change baseballs as often in the minor leagues as they do in the big leagues now. Every ball in the dirt, every ground ball.
I'm guessing no, but I don't know.
It's a question for Brian Snitker. He was at Gwinnett. Obviously, he would have the answer to that. Imagine what it was like in the 19-teens, 1920s, when you'd have maybe 6 baseballs for a whole game. What those things were like in the 7th, 8th, or 9th innings. No wonder why they Called it the dead ball era. That thing had been turned to mush.
Right. Just thinking about poor old Don Sutton. What would have happened to him if they were changing balls every time one went into the dirt?
Two balls, two strikes. And Hill went fishing, didn't get it, doesn't run. Easy tag out play. And there's out number one.
Well, the Brewers are well on their way to another big strikeout number. They've already got 7 tonight. That was a bad fish.
Yep. Struggling with a little bit, it seems, with the command of that breaking ball tonight, but threw that one close enough to make him chase it.
Alex Presley's 0 for 2, and you can see from that shot, as Joe said, these are ginormous sized raindrops. A little thunder rumbling too. 1-0 pitch. Back to the mound. Whistler's got that. Easy flip to first. Presley's 0 for 3. And here's Martin Maldonado.
Can't be raining. I think it must be a figment of our imagination because it's not showing up on the radar.
I think the thunder was just a little prelude to the offensive explosion that's coming up for the Braves.
Like the way you think. Well, this rainstorm will cool things off, cool some tempers on the connector from today.
No, that ain't happening.
Nope.
Fun commute, huh?
What was going on today?
I don't know, but everybody was trying to get somewhere.
It's a car convention.
Ground ball into the shift. Kelly backhand loads up, long throw, high throw, and Freeman held the bag. What a play. The shift paid off, but it looked like that was a situation where Kelly knew who was running. He took his time, got a lot on the throw, and Freeman stretched out, got that toe back on the bag to end the inning. This series and lead game 3 by a 3-2 score. Hopefully Atlanta can come back and avoid a sweep. We'll find out later on tonight on Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. Rain continues to fall as Willie Peralta gets set for his 6th inning of work, and he'll have Flowers, Kelly Johnson, and Jeff Francoeur coming up.
Ed Mangan was out consulting with the umpires between innings to give them a heads up on what the forecast might be. Would not hurt though for the Braves to put about 4 or 5 on the board right here, like Tom said.
Just to be safe. Why not?
Yeah.
Tyler Flowers got things off to a great start. A 2-out, 2-run homer gave the Braves a 2-0 lead, and he bounces the first pitch to third. Aaron Hill loads up, gets the Atlanta catcher, 1 pitch and 1 man out. Kelly Johnson's fly to center, and he's lined into a double play. That's in for a strike. And now Aaron Hill with 2 strikes will move into shift position. 3 defenders on the right side of the infield for the Brewers. Kelly shoots it over the shift. And on an 0-2 count, he singles to right. And Johnson represents the tying run.
Kelly needed this. This tough luck he's been hitting in has really put a dent in his batting average. And this is the start of something not just for him, but for the team right here.
You know, we talked with Noah Woodward about all the shifting that goes on in Major League Baseball. With the busy day today, I wasn't able to talk with John Coppolella. All the shifting is done to, quite obviously, prevent runs, defensive runs saved. How that translates into wins was the question I wanted to ask Coppy tonight. A lot of the data, guys, says that over the course of a season, all this shifting might translate into 1 win. But if you look at how close some of these division races have been,
right, that'll be huge.
You can see why it's done so often. 1 ball, no strikes. That's way outside. And obviously, much of that statistical data, what the Braves and every organization takes out of it, is proprietary and top secret. So we understand we're not going to get the full story on it, but it is such a dramatic change in how the game is played, how hitters approach the opponent, and frankly, Tom, I guess how pitchers pitch nowadays.
I guess, you know, I mean, that's something that, for me, I don't want to say struggle is the right word, but, you know, there's certainly a concern that, you know, if you're shifting on a guy which promotes you to pitch him a certain way, and that's not your strength.
That's well hit towards center. That ball is off the wall. Kelly Johnson on his way to third. He is going to be stopped. It's another double for Francoeur, and the Braves are in business with second and third, 1 out.
Doesn't matter how you shift. If you're going to throw a fastball down the middle to this guy, he is raking. Just missed it, hitting it out of here to give the Braves the lead. I have another thought. Is Counsell coming out?
Yep, looks like he is. This also, as Reed Brignac is announced for Daniel Castro, this also slows the game down. And the rain continues to fall. Brewers are going to make a double switch. Peralta's spot is due first when we get to inning number 7. And Atlanta, down a run, is going to find itself in the middle of this very good Milwaukee bullpen. We'll tell you who's coming on to pitch. We'll tell you about Reed Brignac, and we'll get to Joe's thought on all the defensive shifting when we come back.
your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. The Georgia Lottery. And Zaxby's Indescribably Good.
It is a rainy night in Georgia. That doesn't bother those fans as the Brewers lead 3-2. Let's get to the shifting question. We showed you a graphic on Braves Live earlier tonight and how dramatically baseball has embraced all these defensive shifts. 31,000 plus is the projected total by the end of this year, Joe.
My question that I was going to pose to you guys is, there were certainly dead pull hitters in my era that's about all they did, but there wasn't that much over shifting for them. And I don't know if the players of this day and age who don't make that many adjustments as hitters, who don't use the whole field, they've got kind of one swing and that's it, if that's led to more shifts because there aren't enough guys that can make adjustments that way.
It would stand to reason that it does. I mean, I think that falls right in line, it seems, with the strikeouts don't matter, right? I mean,
yes.
So if it doesn't matter if you strike out or not, then okay, there's no more choking up, shortening your swing, trying to go the other way, protect the plate with 2 strikes. You're still trying to go deep.
Yeah.
So it would stand to reason that guys aren't making many adjustments.
This is Jan Marinez, and he's on to face Reed Brignac, who is on to pinch hit for Daniel Castro. Second and third, 1 out for Atlanta, and a downpour at Turner Field.
Marinez can bring it. Fastball, slider, fastball 94 to 97.
Marinez has pitched for the Marlins, the White Sox, and Tampa Bay. He was part of the trade that included manager Ozzie Guillen in 2011.
Huh. I wonder how Ozzie's doing. Something tells me he's doing just great.
0-2 pitch to Reed Brignac. And that's launched out of play to the left.
I'm thinking he's home, probably watching a game somewhere, enjoying Chardonnay night.
Yeah, right.
Probably this one.
Yes. I mean, what other one would you want to watch, right?
No balls, 2 strikes. Wind blowing toward the left field corner as Marinez turns it loose and missed high and away at 2-2. Yeah, Joe, to elaborate on your point about hitters not making adjustments, a couple of years ago, Mike Moustakas was a .218 hitter. Would not change, would not adjust, and teams just kept shifting on him. Finally figured out if he was going to be the kind of players the Royals thought he was going to be, he had to give what the defense gave, or take what the defense gave him. And he has.
Smart guy.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And a swing and a miss by Brignac. Marinez continues the great work by this Milwaukee bullpen. A 1.61 ERA over an 18-game stretch. And now Markakis is going to come on and bat for Whistler. This might have as much to do with the weather as it is the game performance. It's an official game. Milwaukee leads 3-2. And Brian Snitker took a crack with 2 left-handed bats now to try to bring home at least the tying run. But Brignac struck out, and it's up to Markakis. Won't know until afterwards if that factors in.
I think it would for me. If there's any suspicion at all that this rain's not going to go away anytime soon, this might be your last crack.
That's what Nick has done with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. But needless to say, it's been a rough month for him. Nick hitting 160 after hitting well over 300 in April. And as Tom said, when your leading RBI guy and 4th place hitter is slumping, when your 3rd place hitter is slumping, your offense will be slumping. Markakis, an 0-2 count. Line drive center field. Drifting back is no, and Heisen makes the play to retire the side. Murinez struck out Brignac, got Markakis to line out, and the Braves strand a pair in scoring position in the home sixth.
The Bank of Here, Georgia Power, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
3-2 is your score. Ed Mangan and his ground crew hard at work, putting a little diamond dry along the edges of the infield and on the pitcher's mound and the home plate area. A couple of changes, as you see. Reed Brignac will stay in the game for Atlanta. He'll move over to third base. Gordon Beckham will move to shortstop, and Ian Kroll will be the new pitcher once the mound is back in good pitching order. So while we have a moment, we invite you to join us for the big Memorial Day weekend festivities here at Turner Field. The Marlins and Giants will be here starting tomorrow night. And running through Memorial Day, Monday, May 30th, we'll have the Chipper and Freddie ATV bobblehead on the 28th. Chris Stapleton, as you know, performs after the game here on the 29th. And visit Braves.com for your tickets today. Not an easy homestand for Atlanta after Milwaukee leaves. It hasn't been easy so far. They've won the first two games. The Marlins playing good ball after a very sluggish start, making do without D. Gordon, who's suspended. Miami with a 25-22 record. Then the first place Giants come to town, one of two teams in the National League with 30 wins or more. The Giants streaking with a 5-game winning streak, and I think it's 13 out of 14 that they've won.
I think that's right.
And so after all the pitching changes for Atlanta last night, if there is a crew that's rested, I would guess, guys, it's the three lefties for Brian Snitker.
Yeah, they threw very few pitches last night. And out a piece, including Ian Kroll. 10th game for him, 2.45 ERA. See who he faced. He faced Neuenhuis. Got him to ground out.
So while the back and side slopes of the mound are being manicured behind Ian Kroll, he begins his warm-up tosses, and we'll get the 7th inning started here in just a moment. It'll be Flores, VR, and Scooter Gennett. And the thunder rumbles overhead, and a tip of the cap to Ed Mangan and his grounds crew. This field always looks absolutely pristine. And with all the rain that's fallen tonight, you can hardly tell. Look how nice they've manicured things for the Braves defense behind Kroll as we get set for this 7th inning.
Well, and they can hustle out and get that drying agent down faster than anybody I've ever seen. Well done, men.
There's the man in charge, Ed Mangan.
Grow grass on a doorknob.
So Kroll's ready to go, and Flores will lead things off. Ramon's knocked in 9 runs this year. And the first to him is at 94 miles an hour and right on by. Same result. Atlanta infield, Brignac, Beckham, Kelly Johnson, Freddie Freeman from 3rd to 1st. Atlanta outfield, Smith, Inciarte, and Francoeur. Flowers and Ian Kroll, the catcher-pitcher combo here in the 7th. Did he go? Yes, he did. Kroll takes care of Flores on a check swing. That's 8 Brewers who've been struck out. First by Kroll tonight. 1 away.
Yes, he did. Tell you that last out, the one Markakis hit to center. I don't know if that ball was knuckling or not, but Nieuwenhuis made a nice catch on that to stay with it because it was kind of moving on him.
One out for VR, who unloads down the left field line. Did he keep it fair? Yes, he did. A first pitch mammoth home run down the left field line. And the Brewers extend their lead to 4-2.
I don't know how good this kid is that he's supposedly holding the seat warm for. That kid may have to find another place to play. Great extension. My goodness, and right-handed this time.
That's an ambush.
So 2 solo homers for Milwaukee. They've scored 4 unanswered runs. And now Scooter Gennett is the batter. Milwaukee 4, Atlanta 2. Swing and a miss for Scooter. 2 outs. Nine Brewers strikeouts. And Brian Snitker very slowly is making his way out. And first, Tom Hallion's going to talk with Ed Mangan about the weather conditions.
Yeah, because it started coming down harder, Chip.
Yeah. Kroll is through after facing 3 Brewers hitters. The VR home run extends the lead to 4-2, and Tom Hallion and the umpiring crew some decisions to make. And first call to the bullpen. Ed Mangan with his mobile phone is giving Tom Hallion a look at the Atlanta weather radar. The grounds crew is ready to go in the corner, but no signal to bring them on yet. And it looks like Chris Withrow will be the new Atlanta pitcher. break, and just before Chris Withrow got to the mound, Tom Hallion called an Ed Mangan in the ground screw to bring the tarp out. That's a wise decision. It's really coming down hard. And if we're going to have any chance to complete this game, let's see if Mother Nature cooperates. This storm hopefully will blow through and we can get baseball going sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, the Brewers have been very rude guests here at Turner Field in Atlanta. They've won 2 one-run games. Tonight they've hit 2 solo home runs off of Matt Whistler and Ian Cole, and they're threatening to sweep a 3-game series for the first time in Brewers National League history against the Braves here in Atlanta. We hope obviously that won't happen. Matt Whistler tonight, guys, started first inning with a couple of base runners, then settled into a nice groove, and then that Peralta base hit with the bases loaded after the intentional walk got it tied, and that seemed to be a bit of a backbreaker for Atlanta tonight.
Yeah, I think he got a little frustrated after that. Looked like he was fighting himself a little bit, particularly with his breaking ball. But you know, look, solo home runs don't typically beat you, but tonight Brewers have a couple of them, and that's the difference in the ball game right now. But hopefully, like you said, this weather will blow through. We'll get a couple more cracks offensively, and we can do something with that.
Braves offense too. I mean, you think about the leadoff walk to Flowers, who had already hit a 2-run homer in the first inning to give the Braves the lead. He's on first. Kelly hits a line drive that if it weren't right at the second baseman, that's a base hit, turns into a double play, and right after that Jeff Francoeur hits a double that would have played it at least one if they've got somebody on base. So some tough luck there for the Braves offensively. Markakis smoked that ball to center with guys on when he was pinch hitting. A little tough luck offensively for Atlanta tonight.
And the difficulty for Atlanta, as we've seen over the first 45 games or so this year, is that no matter who they play, no matter the record of the opposition, it's very difficult for the Braves to come back in a game offensively because they don't have the same kind of power that even a team like Milwaukee has with Carter, with Braun, and VR, who have hit homers in the game. They use so much energy trying to put together big innings with multiple hits. Tyler Flowers' homer notwithstanding tonight, that's been rather uncharacteristic of how the Braves have been able to score runs this year.
Yeah, but that's kind of been what they've tried to deal with all year long offensively, is lack of home runs and a lack of the ability to come back fast. But going back to Milwaukee, this is a better ball club than I had given them credit for being after hearing about some of their early season struggles. And certainly they've had some problems and came in here on a 3-game losing streak. They've got some players, and I like their team. They need some more starting pitching, but their lineup's not all that bad.
And their bullpen's awfully good.
Bullpen's real good.
We've seen that, and that'll keep you in any game and give your offense a chance to catch up. That's what the Braves are hoping to have happen tonight. If Mother Nature will cooperate, it's a frog strangler at Turner Field where Milwaukee leads 4-2. We'll take a quick break and come back in just a moment. Ted Mangan and his grounds crew has Turner Field looking fit as a fiddle, and once we resume play here in the next couple of minutes, we will have endured an hour and 18-minute rain delay with Milwaukee still at the plate and nursing a 4-2 lead. You see the rest of our game summary. Whistler and Peralta were the starters and pitchers of record, and with the heavy rains, Chris Withrow was making his way in from the bullpen when Tom Hallion brought the tarp out, so he didn't throw a single pitch, and he's had plenty of time to get loose and ready with the bases empty and 2 outs for Milwaukee here in the 7th.
Yeah, Chris was summoned from Gwinnett today when the Braves decided to send Casey Kelly back after his 4 innings of work last night. The Braves needed another arm down there and a fresh arm, so Withrow is here and he is in the game.
And the first man he will face is a man that's had a very good series. Ryan Braun has hit a couple of home runs. This shot in the 5th inning is our Toyota key play.
That put him in the lead. Picked on a changeup that was about knee high. Crushed it. His 9th of the year.
And we are told, as far as distance is concerned, that's the longest home run Ryan Braun has hit this year. So it was the longest. It was the go-ahead home run for Craig Counsell and the Brewers, who are attempting to sweep Atlanta in this 3-game series at Turner Field. The other big story in Major League Baseball, Jackie Bradley Jr. came into tonight's play against Colorado with a 29-game hitting streak, and his hitting streak ended tonight. He went 0 for 4 against Colorado.
Too bad.
So Bradley will try to start another one the next time the Red Sox are in action, as the Brew Crew makes their way from the visitors clubhouse, where I'm sure John Holland and Fred Stone are roasting marshmallows and making s'mores and telling all kinds of great campfire stories during our hour and 18-minute rain delay.
All kinds of good fun over there, I'm sure.
There you go. So a few more tosses for Withrow, and he'll hopefully take care of Ryan Braun. Then the Braves will come up in their half of this 7th inning. And it looks like Braun's not going to continue. Braun will be taken down. Remember, he's had a bad back. That cost him a couple of games before the Brewers got to town. So with an hour and 18-minute rain delay and a lead, they'll take Braun out and bring on Keon Broxton to face Chris Withrow. Broxton picked up his first major league hit here in Atlanta last night, and there have not been many hits for Broxton, who has been plagued by big-time strikeout numbers in the big leagues. And the first one is off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes from Chris Withrow. Officially a 1 hour and 17-minute rain delay, and a swing and a miss for Broxton. He had good minor league numbers, hit over 300 for the Brewers at AAA, but like the rest of his Brewer mates, a lot of strikeouts. 23 at bats, 15 punch-outs. And Withrow's got him set up at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It seems a little odd with the numbers that he had in Colorado that he's come up here and had so much trouble just making contact. You can see a guy coming up here and struggling for average. The guy hit 300 in AAA. You'd think at least make some contact.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And that's way upstairs. Hope our pals Rich Walls and Dave Van Horn and Glenn Geffner were able to make town safely with the Marlins tonight. We'll see them in our start of the weekend series here tomorrow. Marlins got a big start from Jose Fernandez today, and they waxed Tampa Bay 9-1 at Tropicana Field. Look out to Keon Broxton. And he struck him out. So 24 at bats for Broxton, 16 strikeouts, and he's going to ask if it was a strike. And the answer to that was yes. We go to the home seventh. 4-2 Milwaukee. After the seventh inning stretch, don't forget the first 20,000 fans through the door at Turner Field Saturday, May 28th. Get our giveaway of the year, the Chipper Rescues Freddy ATV bobblehead. Get your tickets online at Braves.com. Neuenhuis in left. Broxton stays in the game to play center. Martinez is back out there for the Brewers after bringing it in the Atlanta sixth. There is nothing wrong with this guy's arm. Mallex Smith will lead off for the Braves. Inciarte and Beckham to follow. And Smith couldn't lay down a bunt. That's foul. 1-2. Martinez made his Milwaukee debut last Sunday against the Mets, struck out 4 men in 2 scoreless innings. He already has a strikeout tonight. We'll see what kind of effect the hour and 17-minute rain delay had on his command.
Well, he made a real good pitch with his slider to Reed Brignac to strike him out. First batter he faced. I mean, he's throwing hard, but he showed a good slider on that at bat.
And that breaking ball continues to perplex Mallex Smith. He throws the bat away in frustration, and he's the first out in the bottom of the 7th inning.
There is the back foot slider. Doing what it's supposed to do, and that's have, in this case, the left-handed hitter swing over the top of it.
Top of the order now, Ender Inciarte, who's 1 for 3. Ender's 3 for 10 in the series. Had a 10-pitch at bat in the 5th inning. Has a 1-pitch at bat here in the 7th, and he's got 2 hits and 4 tries, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
Love the swing. 95 fastball. He knows this guy can be overpowering. Just a nice little, almost like a half swing, just to get the barrel there in time on a pitch away from him.
Short and sweet. Let his power do all the work.
Gordon Beckham's had a nice series. He's 3 for 8 with a homer, 1 for 2 tonight. He's also walked in his 3 plate appearances. And that one too tight. 1 ball, no strikes. Atlanta led 2-0 in the first inning. A 2-out 2-run homer by Tyler Flowers gave Matt Whistler a lead. In the Milwaukee fourth, Braves issued an intentional walk to the 8th place hitter Maldonado. Willie Peralta dumped a soft single into center field that scored 2 runs to tie it. And solo home runs by Braun and Villar in the 5th and 7th extended the lead for Milwaukee to 4-2, and that's where we stand now. Maldonado, a nice backhanded stop. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bounding ball foul at third. 2-2 now for Gordon Beckham. And the challenge for Atlanta is somehow, some way, getting something accomplished against this Milwaukee bullpen.
And that's not been easy this whole series.
Brewers have the best bullpen ERA over their last 18 games. And a full count. Freddie Freeman's on deck. Enciarte's running. The pitch is a ball inside. 2 on, 1 out. So once again, another RBI situation for Freddie Freeman. Freddie came up empty with 2 on, 2 out in the 5th inning. And for the season is 5 for 38 with runners in scoring position.
That's killing him. That is eating him up.
Yep.
Because he takes such pride in that.
And it gives us no pleasure to report it, but we have said pretty much all spring long, fairly or unfairly, as Freddie goes offensively, so often goes this Braves team. And right now he's in a dry spell. And a strike over the outside corner.
Braves, I believe, are 1 for 20 in this series against Milwaukee with runners in scoring position.
But one swing would turn the game around here if Freddie can connect. And guys, it seems like he's 0-2 every time up.
That's usually the case when you're struggling.
And a good slider.
Swing and a miss. Freeman is retired. 3 pitches. 2 outs.
.95 heater. Had a lot of the plate. Why don't you see if Freddie gets out on that front foot a little quick. And his body, see how his hips are moving forward. Hands are a little tardy on that. I know Greg Walker used to say he's just not on time, and that's where he is right now. He's a little in between on his. Inciarte started and almost drew Beckham with him. But Greg Walker used to talk about being on time, getting that foot down, keeping your hands back, and right now it looks like Freddie's kind of taking everything with him, hands included.
No balls, 1 strike for Tyler Flowers. A first inning home run for the Braves catcher. And quickly he's behind 0-2.
I thought an hour and 17-minute rain delay might cause Mr. Marinez to not be as sharp. That's not the case.
Ooh.
Oh my.
He thought that cut right across the middle of the plate.
He missed the target enough that the umpire didn't call it. And I don't know if Randazzo got screened somehow or not, because look how far inside Randazzo is set up. Ooh. That was a really good pitch, but when you go to that inside shoulder of the catcher, sometimes you don't get a good look.
You don't, and then you see all that movement going the other way. You assume it's a ball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball and out of play. Hey, nice catch.
Told you if we stayed, I'd get a ball.
Yep. He's from Decatur. You can just tell.
Yeah,
check
styling and profiling.
He's from Decatur, where the fielders are greater. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Tyler Flowers just got hit with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And I can't tell you how strong Tyler Flowers is. When you see him react to a pitch like that, you know that hurt.
Back elbow.
Ugh.
Maybe a little bit of the meat of the forearm, which you hope is the case and not the elbow.
At first I thought I hit him in the rib cage. I don't know that that's any better.
No.
So real break for the Braves. It appeared Flowers should have been struck out. Instead it turns into a hit by pitch to load the bases for Kelly Johnson. Kelly has fly to center. He's lined into a double play, and he singled last time up. And he took an 85-mile-an-hour pitch for a strike. Brewers can't wait to get home. They've got a 6-game homestand coming up. A long night in Atlanta tonight. And a high fly ball slicing toward the stands. And the chase for that souvenir begins. Inciarte, Beckham, and Flowers are aboard. The 1-2 pitch. Stayed high. 2-2.
Maldonado gave him a sign. He wanted him to keep that slider low, even bounce it, and he missed so badly upstairs, and Maldonado's looking at him like, hey, calm down.
Two and two. Grounded toward first. Carter's got it, and that will retire the side. The Braves threaten, fail to score in the 7th. It's 4-2 Brewers going to the 8th.
The Brewers 4-2 headed into the 8th inning, and we're going to take a closer look at Dansby Swanson and tonight's Zaxby's indescribably good play. You guys, he's still swinging it down there. Last night, he extended his streak to 11 games with a single in the 10th inning, and he kept it going tonight with a hit in the 6th, and he actually broke up a no-hitter with that, too, as an added bonus. Check that out, batting .358 with 8 RBI. I know you guys are excited to see him up here eventually, so just stay patient, everybody.
Thank you very much, Kelsey. Yep, Dansby Swanson, #1 overall pick in the draft last year out of Vanderbilt. He is rolling merrily along and gives Braves fans everywhere a lot of excitement to think about the possibilities in the future.
Yeah, he's a baseball player. And he's a Georgia-based baseball player. Yes, he went to Vandy, but he's a Georgia boy.
Chris Carter will lead things off for Milwaukee. And he drives one a mile toward right. Francoeur retreats and gets there shy of the track. That is one strong man.
Such a short swing. Nice play by Jeff.
And Joe, it looks so effortless.
Yeah, well, he's so strong. That's why. The way the ball jumps off the bat is from all that bat speed.
He needs to change his number. I know they can't in Milwaukee to 44 because
yeah,
maybe 45 is available because that's how hard he hits it. A strike to Nieuwenhuis, who's 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Won't see the Brewers again until early August. We'll be in Milwaukee August 8th through the 11th.
Might warm up to the 60s by then.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
In August?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Wonder if they'll have a new sausage for the sausage race. They seem to add one about every couple of years. So that's something to look forward to at Miller Park. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Rain delays are certainly not in their vocabulary up there.
Not anymore. With the retractable roof at Miller Park. Same thing with the Marlins, although opening day last year notwithstanding.
Yeah, right.
And we should have great weather all weekend long. Hope you'll join us. The pitch is taken low. 3 balls and a strike for Nieuwenhuis. And ball 4, 1-out walk. Big day in baseball tomorrow. Obviously, with the Braves series getting underway as we start the long Memorial Day weekend, the Dodgers have a very special franchise moment. Julio Urias, their 19-year-old starting pitcher, is going to pitch tomorrow night in New York against the Mets in place of Alex Wood, who has a triceps problem after his 13 strikeout performance. Urias was 4-1 with a 1.10 ERA at AAA Oklahoma City. And they've been waiting for him for a long time. They signed him as a 16-year-old. As Aaron Hill smacks one out of play. And there were some who saw him at 16 and said he could have pitched in the big leagues then, with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball and a nasty slider curveball combo.
I know that when the Dodgers were making deals with teams, including the Atlanta Braves, all the teams wanted that kid. They would not budge on him.
And it was almost an accidental find for Los Angeles. We talk all the time about the inexact nature of scouting. Logan White in 2012 went to Mexico to scout a kid who had just come from Cuba. That kid's name was Yasiel Puig, and they saw Urias throwing on the side and said, "You're signing with us." They gave him $450,000, and he's a big leaguer as of tomorrow. Runner goes. Pitch popped out of play, foul. And we'll do it again for Aaron Hill, 0-2. The reason I bring up Urias's name, our next road trip, the Braves are heading to Los Angeles. There's a chance we might see him. Just missed. And if the schedule holds and there are no issues, we would see him the last game of that series against the Dodgers, June 5th.
That'd be fun. Fun for you and me.
Yeah, right. We don't have to hit him. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Aaron Hill. Braves will also see the San Diego Padres on that upcoming road trip. Christian Bethancourt, Melvin Upton Jr., former Braves, on the Padres club. And Melvin Upton's having himself a very good year with the Padres. Runner goes, and a line drive past Freddie Freeman, softly hit into right field. Neuenhuis with a peek over his shoulder picked up the baseball as he rounded second, and he stands at third base. Hill at first, men at the corners, 1 out as Milwaukee tries to add on here in the 8th.
Perfect pitch to try to go to right field on with the runner being held over there.
Martinez will be pinch hit for by Jonathan Lucroy.
This is number 20, Jonathan Lucroy, pitching for
And what a luxury it is for Craig Counsell or any manager when you can take out a player as good as Lucroy, have his replacement be just as good defensively, and then when you want to pick a spot to use him where he can do real damage, pencil him in, and that's the case here in the 8th.
Yeah, that's a nice combination, but a little interesting. Typically, managers hold on to that backup catcher. Don't like to use them. I don't know if they have a third one on their roster or not, but
none that's listed as a catcher, but maybe an emergency guy.
By the way, you know who the emergency pitcher for the Braves would have been last night if we went to a 14th inning?
Frank Core?
Nope. Close.
Third baseman.
Chase Darno.
I asked him about that today by the batting cage. He said, yeah, I was ready. I did it once before in the minor leagues. I've got a 0 ERA.
No balls and a strike. Little tapper, slowly hit towards second. Tag, throw to first, and a double play. Aaron Hill couldn't stop, and he ran into the first out, and that made it very easy for Kelly Johnson to end the Milwaukee 8th inning. Ball, base runner, arrive at the same time. Thank you very much. Braves down 2. The 8th inning, time for tonight's State Farm double play replay.
Just happened. Usually a veteran player like Aaron Hill doesn't make this kind of mistake, especially when he knows that there's a runner at third and it will get a run home if he just doesn't get tagged. Thank you very much.
So Atlanta dodged a bullet there. They're down 2 runs. Jeff Francoeur will lead off the Atlanta 8th. Carlos Torres, the man that picked up the save last night in the 13th inning, is on for the Brewers.
He looked pretty good last night.
And he might be on fire tonight, but he can't be any tougher than that guy that was just out there.
Yeah. Martinez, very impressive. 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3. Jeff's had a good night at the plate, a pair of doubles in 3 trips. And that one's launched down the right field line and out of play. Brignac then the pitcher's spot. No swing. Jeff held up. And Francoeur didn't get the slider from Torres. He strikes out for a second time in the game. 1 man down.
This is not a tilting slider. This is one that is kind of a sweeper. That tight center field angle does not give you the real width of how that ball broke.
Reed Brignac lashes 1 foul. Brignac came on in the 6th inning as a pinch hitter. Remember, Atlanta had runners at second and third with 1 out in an absolute downpour. Brian Snitker rolled the dice. Batted Brignac for Castro. He was the first man up against Martinez. Reed struck out. Then Nick Markakis with 2 outs. Hit that line drive to center that Neuenhuis caught. Braves didn't know whether the game was going to continue. They took their shot to try to get it tied or take the lead, but came up empty. And so that sequence ended the night for Matt Whistler. Braves starter went 6 innings, 3 runs, 6 hits. Struck out 7 and gave up the home run to Ryan Braun that broke the tie. There's a high fly ball toward left center field. Broxton to the wall. He leaps up and he makes the catch. No panic at all for Broxton. Calmly, coolly went to the fence and hauled in that deep drive from Reed Brignac for the 2nd out.
Reed put a charge in it. I thought it was going to go. Nice play by Keon.
So Eric Ibar will bat for Chris Withrow. Withrow an inning and a 3rd, scoreless work with a hit. He also had a walk and a strikeout. That's popped foul back toward us. It's an even count. Carlos Torres, one of 2 Torreses in the spring training camp of the Braves. We had Alex, we had Carlos. As that was taken off the plate, 2-1 your count. Torres the last 3 years pitched with the Mets and for some reason was a very tough guy for the Braves offense to handle. This one's popped up a mile high. Carter over near the Braves dugout will not have a play. And it's 2-2. Little roller hit toward first. Ibar thought it was going to roll foul. Got a late break out of the box. Torres sawed him off, and he sends our game to the 9th inning, where Milwaukee leads 4-2. Inning time for our Cricket Something to Smile About feature. And today, John Smoltz and Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred were in Dyersville, Iowa. And yes, that is the real-life Field of Dreams, the cornfield, where Shoeless Joe Jackson and Archibald Moonlight Graham and Kevin Costner played catch.
It looks like John's got a glove from that era. That's neat.
What was he doing? Just playing catch?
They were well, yeah, he needs to practice on that, but they are unveiling details about the Baseball Hall of Fame tour that begins a multi-year journey to dozens of cities across North America in July. The press release says it brings fans a one-of-a-kind experience through the illustrious history of the national pastime with cutting-edge technology and digital media. So it's a traveling caravan for the Hall of Fame and Museum.
That's great for people who can't get to Cooperstown. That's a wonderful thing.
Exactly right. John was there with the MLB Network today, as Hunter Cervenka goes to work in the 9th and delivers a strike.
It is a very cool thing, but I would have smiled more if he fell down or did something.
Yeah, or just threw the ball in through the dirt to that poor kid, threw it over his head.
Something.
Yeah.
Fly ball well hit by Maldonado. Inciarte on the runs, not going to get there. That's up against the fence. And the Brewers catcher Martin Maldonado has his first hit of the night. Milwaukee has 9 of them this evening, and it's a leadoff 2-base hit.
And Cervenka gets greeted rudely. Tonight, the damage done primarily on pitches that were left upstairs. That one was about belt high.
This is Ramon Flores. He struck out against Ian Kroll in the 7th. And time call. One more note on that trip to Iowa for John Smoltz. There's a Memorial Day weekend baseball tournament with 33 youth teams. They'll be playing in Dubuque, and then Saturday and Sunday they'll be on that Field of Dreams site for skills competitions with a home run derby, around the horn, and a speed drill. And then every night they're going to have kind of a a drive-in movie thing. They'll put a screen up and they can watch Field of Dreams on the actual field.
That's fun.
In Iowa tonight.
That's
so
fun. Hope they get good weather for it so they can all enjoy it.
You bet. Flores shows bunt, and it's over his head. 1 ball, no strikes.
A bunt? What?
Yeah, they don't do that very often.
Milwaukee?
Right.
It's kind of odd that they'd be doing it here.
Yeah, I'm bumfuzzled.
He went around. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that's rare because most of the time Joe's fuzzled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yep. Flores didn't like the call, arguing with Randazzo, who said he did not pull the bat back in time.
There's the bunt. It's hard. It's to third. No one at the third base bag to cover. That's because Brainiac had to come in and field the play. So that worked out absolutely perfect for Milwaukee. Flores will get a high five, and the rest of his team will say, "What'd you just do?"
Yeah. What was that?
Moved way up in the front of the box. Got the bat at the top of the strike zone, and as you said, Chip executed that just like it's supposed to be.
So Atlanta will intentionally walk VR. And if what we're reading is true, you young fans that are still up at 11-10 might want to take a look at this sequence, because this may go the way of the dodo bird. If the rules changes are accepted next year, teams won't have to throw the 4 pitches out of the zone. They can just hold up 4 fingers and say, "We're walking him," and send the runner on to first base. That's part of the pace of game procedure that is constantly being looked at by Major League Baseball. Don't know how much that sequence is going to save in time, but I assume every little bit will help. It's an intentional walk, first and third. And Scooter Gennett is the scheduled hitter. And a meeting on the mound for Hunter Cervenka. While the Braves meet in the center of the diamond, we invite you to follow Braves baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablet.
Braves got a double play with first and third, 1 out last inning. They need another one here to keep it a 2-run deficit.
So Hernan Perez, a right-hand hitter, is going to come on for Scooter Gennett. As Milwaukee tries to add to the lead here in the 9th. Remember, you have Broxton waiting on deck. And he is a strikeout candidate if you don't get the double play off the bat of Perez here. Fly ball hammered toward right. Francoeur on the run, can't get it. It's past him and up against the wall. 1 run scores. Here comes VR around third. They're going to wave him. And look at Perez. He's all the way around to third base with a bases clearing triple. And Milwaukee extends their lead to 6-2.
That was supposed to be a backdoor cutter. It didn't have any movement to it. But Perez can run.
So that'll be the end of the line for Hunter Cervenka. He goes a third of an inning. He allows 2 hits, 2 runs so far, and an intentional walk. 6-2 Milwaukee. The Braves go to the bullpen for a 4th time in Game 3 tonight. Their lead 6-2 is your score. In fact, the Brewers have scored 6 unanswered runs off Atlanta tonight. The Marlins are in starting tomorrow night. After the game Sunday, Chris Stapleton, a country music superstar, will perform a free post-game concert. Thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines, they sponsor the Braves Summer Concert Series. You won't want to miss it. Go to Braves.com and get your tickets today. So the infield comes in for Keon Broxton. Broxton came on and struck out in the 7th. Jason Grilli is the 5th Braves pitcher tonight. Ball 1. Like Malik Smith, Broxton played at Santa Fe Community College.
Tell you what, if I was Broxton, and maybe he missed a sign, he's getting a little instruction here from Ed Cedar. Hernan Perez came running down the line, bluffed, and immediately the pitcher is going to react to that like it's a squeeze, and he almost hit Broxton. That's what you got to do. If there's a squeeze on, is throw it right at the hitter. And if the squeeze wasn't on, if I'm Broxton, I got to be a little upset by that. Stay where you are and give me a chance.
1-0 pitch. And the bunt was on, and he fouled it away.
So apparently he did miss the sign.
Yes, he did.
We know all about players playing in Japan, in Korea, in the Venezuelan winter leagues. How about this? Keon Broxton played in the Australian Baseball League in 2012 for the Sydney Blue Sox. 39 games for him down under. And a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
So that would be their summer league, because that's
our winter.
Our winter, yeah.
One ball, 2 strikes for the 25-year-old from Lakeland, Florida, and it's up and in, 2-2. Broxton was a former Pirate farmhand. Was originally taken by the Diamondbacks in the draft in 2009. And there was no chance for him to crack the Pirates outfield with the great players they have out there every day. The 2-2 pitch is skied foul. And we'll do it again, 2-2. Speaking of the Pirates, they pounded Arizona tonight, 8-3. Washington beat the Cardinals 2-1. Told you about the Marlins beating the Rays. Toronto 3-1 over the Yankees. Houston 4-2 over Baltimore. Colorado 6-2 over Boston Fenway. And the White Sox and Royals postponed in Kansas City. Strike three. Broxton punches out again. This is amazing. You feel for the kid. About 2 more strikeouts for Broxton.
Jason Grilli doesn't feel for him, and that's the way the big leagues are. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you when you got a guy at third base you need an out.
But 17 strikeouts for him in 25 at bats after hitting .301 at AAA, as Tom was talking about earlier. It's hard to figure, but a big out. And a big man in the box, Chris Carter. 1 for 4 with 2 whiffs. Upstairs 1-0. Carter didn't get that. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Seems like the night, Tuesday night, when he struck out 4 times, the Braves heated him up a lot, and even some letter high stuff that he was not able to catch up to.
Like that. Grilli with a big grunt unleashes a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. He strikes out a pair of Brewers and stops the bleeding at 2 runs in the top of the 9th inning. Hernan Perez with a 2-run triple. Carter strikes out for a 3rd time tonight, and it's last call for Atlanta. The bottom of the 9th inning. The Marlins are in town and will face the Braves here tomorrow night. They might have a little revenge on their mind after the Braves swept them down in Miami earlier this year. They will be a very different looking team, fellas, than the one we saw in the early days of this 2016 season.
Well, they got some injuries. They got some suspensions. They got just a some changes. But they're playing good baseball lately.
Always a thrill to see our pal Martin Prado, who some say is having an all-star start to his season, and he's got good reason. Martin's a new dad, baby girl.
That's great.
A couple of weeks ago, so can't wait to hopefully see the baby pictures from Martin, who is one of my favorite Braves of all time and just a great teammate, terrific player. So that's a wonderful stage in his life. And Brewers spotted something with Carlos Torres. He might have hurt himself delivering that pitch to Malik Smith.
Well, everybody was running out there, and he's looking around like, where's everybody going? He actually kind of looked behind him like they were all running out towards second base.
What's going on?
No signs of reaction there.
One ball, two strikes for Malik Smith. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Full count. Braves need 4 to tie here in the ninth. And there's an excellent start. Leadoff walk. So Atlanta has something brewing in the ninth inning. 6-2 is your score. Braves Live presented by Xfinity is coming up next. Andre Aldridge and Brian Jordan have the hosting duties. We'll hear from the Braves locker room with skipper Brian Snitker. We'll hear from the players as well as Kelsey Wingert will perform the post-game interview segments. Hopefully we'll have a comeback win to talk about as Inciarte backs away from a strike. It's 0-1.
Those two singles were good at bats in the 5th and 7th.
Mile high pop up. Hill drifts out. Inciarte chucks the bat toward the on deck circle in frustration. He's retired. Smith back to first, 1 man down. Beckham's reached base 3 times, 1 single, 2 walks. Conley and Perez here tomorrow night, 7:35 start time. Friday night fireworks. As the Braves and Marlins play. Saturday a 4:10 start. Don't know who will grab the baseball for the Braves. Wei-Yin Chen will pitch for Miami. And then Julio Teheran and Tom Kohler Sunday at 5:05 p.m. Skipped up there. Monday the Giants are here. That's a 1:05 start, I believe.
Correct.
It's the first of 4 with the red hot San Francisco Giants.
Might be 1:10. I'll check it for you though, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Let me get on that. That is a 1:10 start.
1:10. So 4 days, 4 start times. So we ask you to check your calendar. Driven toward right. Beckham hit it hard, but he's retired as Flores drifts back shy of the bullpen gate. Smith back to first, and the Braves are down to their final out. And it's Freddie Freeman. The Brewers will concede second base. Malik Smith moves up.
They've got a shift on for Freddie, and then they had Hill at shortstop, and then they moved him over closer to third. If you don't care if he steals second, why would you care if he steals third?
Don't know.
With 2 out, it would take a hit to score him wherever he is at second or third.
3 balls and a strike. Freddie didn't get the slider. It's a full count. It has been a rough series for the Braves first baseman. He's 1 for 14. And the payoff pitch is on the way. And a ground ball foul. Eddie Perez will watch that one bounce off the tarp. Another key stat for Atlanta's offense, as Joe mentioned earlier, they're 1 for 21 with a runner in scoring position against the Brewers in 3 games.
Yeah, they've had some opportunities early, not just tonight, but earlier in the series, and some tight contests.
Fly ball well hit toward left, but that's going to do it as Neuenhuis puts the squeeze on it. And the Milwaukee Brewers have come to Atlanta and swept the Braves for the first time ever. In Atlanta, Georgia, the winner is Willie Peralta. Matt Whistler suffers his 4th loss, and the Braves at home fall to an astounding 2-20 at Turner Field. 6-2 is your final. We'll recap it for you right after this.